Good morning, everyone. Looks bullish. No, it doesn't. No, it looks very much not bullish. Let's see. It looks like we got a little pump into market open. We tested 4205, failed. Yes, this doesn't look good. Charm's still negative. We're under 4200. All the fucking interest on the chain is puts. The stock market isn't the same without you. Thanks, Jamie Diamond Hands. Good call on Netflix today. Yeah, actually, I actually managed to set up that order before my fucking power went out this morning. Or the DD full port into Netflix calls. No. Was 4250 still a drop point? Yeah. 4150? You lost power again? They blew out my like the breaker box in my apartment, putting the new stove in this morning. So I've been dealing with that for the last like hour. We talked about this before. You need to pay your electricity bill. Yeah, I know. How professional it was. Fuck the stove guys. Yeah, they're still here. They're fucking assholes. Three stoves, one weight bearing wall, and a fuse box. The wall wasn't weight bearing, it just had electrical wires that ran through it. Some foreshadowing with that circuit breaker. Oh boy. No power, no oven, neighbor's friend issue, but you'll never drop the lease just to spite them. I mean, yeah, I could sublet it. I think the Stowe guys have been hearing you through the wall for the last week and are sabotaging you. Maybe they work for Citadel. They're trying to keep GME from running. Peep tack. Ooh, nice. Perfect. Missed on earnings. Yep. Very nice. Let's see how low it goes. In the pre-market, I made money on credit puts and credit calls. Then realized I just overcomplicated a straddle. Well done. Did you tell them you're a YouTuber? We need our Messiah, damn it. I didn't. Although I feel like they've been in my kitchen for a week. They probably know by now. Can they raise the rent on you? They're only allowed to raise it so much every 5 years. I think it's like 3% every 5 years or something like that. Apparently, it's not just Rad. Walgreens and CVS both also closing fuck tons of stores and pursuing bankruptcy. Yep. Yeah, Walgreens has not been doing well. USD JPY crossed VWAP? I don't know what the fuck VWAP on USD JPY is, but sure. It's at 150.42. The stove guys are trying to use adverse possession to become your new roommates. Oh shit. They've been here long enough, haven't they? I've not been in your kitchen for a week, and it wasn't our fault that the breaker tripped. The breaker didn't trip, they like melted it somehow. I don't know what the fuck they did, but they plugged the stove in and it fucking lit the breaker on fire. And then the breaker box is like out in the hallway unlocked. So they were out there trying to spray it with the fucking fire extinguisher. And then the super had to come up and he had to pull like a bunch of the little like cartridges that they have in there out because they were all melted and replace them. Who the fuck did they hire to install that thing? Two of the biggest idiots I've ever met in my life. Hey Gurk, got a dinger for you in the DMs. Hope today holds some fun for us. Thanks for everything. Oh, neat. Yeah, just publish it and give me the link. That's cool. I can share it with everyone. It looks pretty fucking gross, right, Dork? Is it just me? The only thing I'm worried about, like, is if there's any capitulation at all here, the cover bid's gonna be insane. Are we seriously about to karate chop right through 4160 after sitting at it for a month in April and May? Maybe. It kind of looks like shit. Holy fuck. These are not good returns. Okay, VIX. Let's see. Everything's still pretty stable for now. I think maybe a small bounce first. Did you address BTU earnings already? No. Were they bad? Revenue fell 20%, 108 billion from years ago. 1.08 billion from a year ago. Analysts expected 1.10. It's not a huge miss. Peabody Energy report EPS of the quarter was 82 cents. That's good. Mean earnings estimate of analysts has risen by 1.4 over the last 3 months. No negative revisions in the last 30 days. Peabody Corp shares had fallen 5% this quarter, lost 6.6% so far this year. The company reported a quarterly net income of 119.9 million. Median 12-month price target for analysts is $28. Current average analyst rating on shares is buy, and the breakdown recommendation is 3 strong buy, 2 hold, and 2 no sell, or a strong sell. Okay, so they missed a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's kind of expected. China's demand has been low, so. No internal issues, though, so their supply capacity is still really good. We just need something to fire up in the Chinese or Indian economy. But yeah, I mean, it's going to probably still chop in roughly the same range. I don't think it's going to, like, blow out the share price or anything. Might be a good opportunity to get some covered calls in for a little while or start thinking about CSPs. Trying to see if I can find anything on the cash flows. I mean, part of it's the price of coal has been down. It's not helping. They declared the dividend again. I need to find their cash flows. Where the fuck? I'll look for it later. I gotta do some other shit real fast. Still holding the call side of the straddle. Maybe cut at a bear test level. Either that or if there's like a small bounce, I might cut it. I'm not stopped out of the put side yet. So. I just got a YouTube ad for hiring an electrician. You're a great therapist. JFresh, not so much. He takes a different approach. They took profits in pre-market, which is awesome. But now I'm scared of the super capitulation rocket. I don't think it's something that we have to be super scared of. I mean, you can just hedge really far out of the money, right? Yeah. I mean, if there's gonna be like broad capitulation, I feel like you can just hedge out of the money. It's not that big of a deal. Yep, it would appear that way, Dork. Bank on fire. Ooh. Hold on. Up 3% today? Yeah, it's doing pretty well. Oh, so if I can rip now? No. What a boring fucking stock. There's a little push. 4170 put wall breaks down. And we can move up. How high, though? 4170, 4200. That's 4210, 4225. So resistance to the upside at 4190. And then 4200. Wow, like 4205. Let's see if this actually gets a breakout. They're shorting VIX pretty hard right now. Zero DT put wall? Yeah. There's put walls. There's put walls to the upside on the longer dated expirations too. Like 4175 is pretty stacked with puts. But like 75 from 80 to 4200 was a pretty easy move. So we'll have to see if we hold below like the 7570 put wall. If we break above it, I think we move to like 4205. I closed my call position. You're welcome. Hmm. $41.65, 75, 70.80. That's an okay credit, right? Hmm. 12 BPS candle, little push. Yeah. And fucking VIX is like 21. 12 BPS isn't a very big deal nowadays. How did your non-hedged meta position do overnight? Pretty good. Thankfully, Zuck opened his weird lizard mouth and fucked everything up. Although I think even at the peak of the peak of the bounce, they'd only moved back up to like market open on the prior day, right? What did Zuck say? He's still blowing money on his stupid child fantasy. Less money, but still blowing money on it. Oh, and they're still being sued by like 44 of the 50 states. Rejection? I like this. Hmm. Downside. 70, 60, so 55, and then shitloads of interest at 55 and 140. Or 50 and 140, sorry. So 55 is like a little bit of a saddle there. Huh. I don't know what to make of that. I think if we lose 55, 140. Although it could kind of move below that. There's a pretty decent amount of put interest to the downside of 140 even. Not a lot of momentum yet though, so probably not going anywhere super quick. Could the last 15 minutes be a right shoulder? No? I don't think so. I mean, everything is shitting the bed. What's on VIX calls? It should be at like 25 right now. It should have been higher all year though. I probably wouldn't just get straight up calls on it. I'd imagine they're overpriced. Today's the VIX expiration. Ooh, that's kind of fun. see, correlations picking up. Vol returns are positive. Bond vol's up a little bit, but yields are coming down. That I don't like. Elderly Gherk makes me feel things. Okay. HE's up today. Thoughts on bear call on Sava? IV has spiked. You could. They used to be very profitable. How's the skew? Actually, you know what? Let me just look at this. No, I would not fuck with it. Actually, it might run more. It has quite a lot of room to the upside still. Yeah, I don't think I want to fuck with anything here yet. I'm just gonna sit on my straddle for now. Mm. That needs a pretty big move. Does it? Hmm. That's a good opportunity to buy. Strinkle, 5 wide. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Are we just gonna chop between 4150 and 4170 all day? I'm starting to think maybe. No, probably not. I'm sure we'll break out here eventually, but the direction's kind of obscure right now. I would say without more momentum to the downside, it's more likely that we're gonna see vol selling pick up, but we haven't yet. No, not to any significant degree, right? Like there's been a little bit. So I think I'm just gonna wait and then see what level we breach first. Cause like we're kind of just right in the middle of everything, right? I guess we're like slightly on the bullish side. Short cover rally, it's not impossible. We'd need a lot of capitulation, and not just on like not just shorter dated, right? Like shorter dated probably wouldn't get us much higher than like 4200. We would need longer dated puts to get stopped out or squeezed out. Was Upstart seeing some covering? Um, I don't fucking know. No, Upstart looks like shit. Maybe earnings. Still expecting downs from here till the end of the week. Yeah, that doesn't seem unreasonable. Kind of want to see how high or how far yields drop today. I mean, people are coming in and buying up bonds right now, so I don't know if that's like Ministry of Finance or Bank of Japan. Uh, could be one of those. Although dollar shorting doesn't seem to be very effective today. At least not yet. I'm up 18% on Netflix and the money puts with Theta. I've removed my sell button. We ride. Always a degenerate, Carl. Here, 1 second, guys. Nope. Sorry. So you only would generally do a buy right when you're bullish on something, right? So if you're doing a buy right and selling in the money, you're bearish on it, then why are you buying it? Like, so Canadians have to do that because their financial system's garbage. But You live in the Midwest, so please repeat everything since they blew the fuse box. Any idea why someone would sell 4250 buy 4265 in such large quantities today? Seems bullish. Hmm. But calls? And that kind of seems like bear spreads. I mean, you could do buy rights. They're kind of like a low risk way of shorting something, but you have to make sure that the thing you're shorting is pretty stable, which generally makes things not a great short target, right? So it's like you expect that. So you usually want to sell some theta on it because you expect the price to drop a little bit over time. But if it drops really fast, you can still get. You're not going to get assigned on your cover calls, and it could drop more than the premium received, right? So usually, if I do something like that, which is kind of rare, but if I do something like that, I would buy the underlying, and then sell a CC as deep in the money as I could, right? And then however much it drops, I would try to like buy back the covered call after I'd confirmed it had bottomed. Or here, like, and then you can take advantage of the upside again, right? So this is kind of bullish. We're right at that 75 level. Let's see if we can break it. Looks like we're getting a decent amount of call buying. 75, 80, 85, 90. And we could reject pretty sharply at 80. Right? Is that 80? I guess we could reject pretty sharply at 75. 75 to 80. There's a big put wall there. Yeah, I don't think a lower high here is very bullish. But keep your eyes open here on VIX. If this continues to push down like that, we may get a breakout. About a call at the bottom, but I sold it 30%. Well, the cool thing about dropping this hard is that you can buy really far out of the money calls. Like, I'm still pretty comfortable keeping the call side of my strangle from last night open here because they need to bounce it higher than 4,200, right? And so basically any push to the upside that fails that is is unsuccessful. Good time to set stops on all sides, all side of strangles. Did you enter a strangle at the bottom? Generally, with like 0 DTE strangles, you don't need to do much. Or is it bad to buy near the money call at the bottom? You just don't need to. I mean, the potential for like a sharp rejection until the breakout confirmed is really high. So even if your near the money call goes in the money, it could go out of the money very, very quickly, which we saw here, right? Already. If you get the breakout, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter where you bought the call, right? You're gonna make money, but with VIX like above 20, you can kind of extend your range a little bit and save some money, so you don't get burned up on the delta so quickly if it were to reverse very quickly, right? Or sharply. And their Vega risk is at like 41.75, 4200, 42.25, right? So these are all the short puts. And so if they're going to try to pump into put capitulation, these are their targets, right? Because they can't de-risk anything down here. Otherwise they just crash the price again. So they've got to push above these levels. And so that allows you to buy calls where they need to target, and you're going to spend a lot less money up front, and you can make more money off of the gamma, which is fucking awesome. So yeah, you can buy the near the money call, and you'll probably have like a little less volatility on it once you go in the money. So it's easier to set stops on and stuff, but you're not gonna be able to get like the same kind of leverage ratio that you would get out of the money. Do you still have the put side of your strangle? No, no. I thought Syria would have moved higher on the OPEC cycle, but nothing. Yeah, it hasn't done fucking shit. It's kind of a huge disappointment. It's still super illiquid, but no volume. It may just be that like they're holding out till earnings, which I think is like next Tuesday. Their last earnings was quite good. No CC before earnings. I mean, you could into the end of this week, although there's probably no value there. Are you buying at those strikes or a strike or two before that? Sometimes both. Sometimes, usually, like a strike or two before. So if I think they're going to target like 75 and we're at like 50, I might buy like a 70 or a 65, right? And take a little less risk that it fails the breakout. 4180, 4200, still a good range for bulls to push. Yes, on the intraday. So there's a lot more defense of the upside on the longer dated puts. But yeah, on the intraday from like 4280 up to like 4195, that should be a pretty easy range to drive the price through. So like I said before, if we break this like 75-80 range, we can move up to like 40, roughly 4200. If we fail here though, that's quite bearish. That's a lower high. That's not good. And it's starting to fail a little bit, right? Another way you can hedge the upside on these is like sell out of the money debit spreads, provided there's still some value in the sold call. You can usually get them a little wider for pretty cheap. So I think like, let me look at like an example here, like the 15, and this can offset like the theta decay a little bit as you wait out the upside. But frequently I'll hedge my upside by doing, oh wait, that's a strangle. Where the fuck is the vertical? Oh, there it is. So you can get like an 85 4200 for like $4, right? And then if this breaks down, you're really not going to lose a ton of value on this right away. So this kind of allows you to like check a little more easily. Like you're able to hold the hedge without really worrying about the theta decay so much. And then you can like confirm or either the breakout or the breakdown. And then if it breaks down, your losses are kind of diminished by the sold call, right? So very similar to like getting that like 1 DTE or 2 DTE. It's just not going to be as sensitive to like the at the money price action. And then once you confirm, you can add just the 0 DTE call to the upside, right? So like when you leverage up your position after the confirmation, you don't have to like leverage up with another bull call spread. You can just add a call. If the market bounces, will Netflix break out of its trading range? It could. There's some resistance on Netflix at 41.14. But yeah, I suppose it could move. It could move probably as high as like 41.15. It had a big drop at market open today. There should be a little theta on that. Should have to like next Friday. But right now, I mean, after the test of 418.58, lower high on today's high, right? And then we've traded most of our volume below 44.14. The like gamma neutral is above the current price. And the call interest on Netflix was breaking down. So I would say that like it really doesn't look very bullish from this range. I had 11.10 and 11.17 for Netflix. Bought both above 418. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna fail. That kind of looks like we're gonna fail the test. Oh. I can't join in there, Dork. because it'll cut off the audio in the other channel. Yeah. But thank you. That's helpful. Looks like a failure at 80. Vol's picking back up again. Put interest is picking back up. 75 and 70. Did you sell some CCs on your GME? A few for this Friday. They're really just not worth much. I don't want to sell into next week because they suck. Unless I sell like right at the money. And I mean, even like delta neutrals, like fucking 10 cents a contract. I got a 1-year T-bond. Nice. What rate did you get on it? I saw you tweeted at Michael Gad. Did he steal your stuff too, or does he actually know what he's talking about? I don't know who the fuck he is. Are there resistances to HE at 13? Probably. Yeah. There's definitely puts there. No, I really don't know who he is. I probably just like responded to someone else in one of his threads or something. I turned 35 in a few weeks, and the pickle jar has me convinced I need to test my tea. Is this a service you only provide the quants, or can I make an appointment? I would recommend that you have Carl do it, but he's just timed you out, so I guess he's going to take you to DMs with that. What's your end target to the downside? I think if we have a stable move down, we could end up around like 36 to 3800. In the event of a hard landing, 32 to 2800. If we crash, who the fuck knows beyond that? Right now, if SPX went under 3800 quickly, yeah, right about 3800. The MM has to start buying like short dated puts to hedge, and that can drive the market down really, really fast. So like once you cross that threshold, there's really no telling where it stops. I would say in the long run, I think a return to like a PE 10 of 16 to 18 is reasonable. I see finfluencers screaming for 4,300, 4,400 relief rally. I love seeing their desperation. Interestingly enough, something that should always be remembered about the market is no matter how much you scream at it, it's not going to do what you want it to do. His predictions have been pretty spot on so far. Quite similar to yours, though. That's why I asked. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know anything about him, but can you shed a little light on better entries for long dated puts? I mean, VIX 20 is not terrible, but you're not going to want to go super far out because the theta cost is extraordinary, right? I would say at these prices, I'd probably be looking more at spreads and then maybe way out of the money longer dated puts. I got some of them VIX sub 16 would probably enter poorly. I mean, under VIX 20 right now seems pretty advantageous. What's our range for today? To the downside, maybe 4140 right now. There's some interest building below that, but nothing really fleshed out yet. Losing 50 is interesting, though. VIX will spike. I would say at least resistance at 40, and then it's possible we move below that, but not super likely. If we lose 4140, 4100. But I can see there being a lot of resistance between like 4140, 4135. Especially with like the low volume today. And then to the upside, I think just like 42, which we kind of already got pretty close to in the pre-market. Like we hit like 4185 in the pre-market. So the failure of the bulls done, or do we still see a higher range today? And the failure is not good, but that doesn't mean the bulls are done. They can come in and short vol again. Remember, they want to defend 75 and 50. Those are important levels for them. And ideally they want to get their 4200 back out from underwater. Bears just have the advantage on the momentum side. So when momentum shifts to the downside, Bears have a huge advantage, right? Because the is selling the downtick and they're selling the flat tape, right? So it makes it very hard for bulls to stabilize and for them to turn the price action around once it starts dropping. So bulls can really only take advantage of periods of consolidation and put capitulation. But downtrends should be pretty strong. As long as we remain in this like regime, downtrends should be really strong. Show them the thingy, Gurk. It has that answer available 24/7. I have to set it up. I'll post it later. Thank you for that, by the way. I noticed on your chart today that the red line was marked 40.99. If we hit that, will you look at the camera and say bye-bye and shut off the stream? You really have abandonment issues, don't you, Simo? Only the bear song can save the market now. That's why I'm not playing it. Fuck the bulls. 4150 is the key resistance, isn't it, for this trend? Yes. Yeah, I talked about BTU. Probably good opportunity to sell CCs. Nothing unexpected. We know demand from China and India is down right now. Their economies suck. So emerging markets in general are just not doing really well right now. Mostly the US's fault. You say things like flat tape as if we know what that means. If the market's trading flat, the MM is selling with the passage of time. So the decay of charm makes the market maker a net seller, right? So as theta on the market maker's book decays, they're selling delta. Did someone say abandonment issues? No. No problem, Sinbad. You say things like selling as if we know what that means. Excellent. So this is starting to pick up some downside momentum. Um, Obviously, a continued breakdown after the little bounce there. We're gonna get more momentum afterwards. So we'll be looking to 4150, 4155. I guess yeah. We'll look at the prior low for support. If it fails that, 50, and then we'll be looking to 40. And then remember 40, 40, 35. That's where there could be quite some resistance. I grilled some lobster tails and put them into a homemade mac and cheese last night. Ooh, nice. Lobster mac and cheese. What a what a terrible use of lobster. It's okay though. I assume you're using Chicago lobster. I got a pit raise this month, which equates to 73 pounds a month. Really hit home how valuable my trading can be to boost my income if I get consistent gains. Yep, it doesn't even need to be a lot. It's almost like you don't have to chase lottery tickets, and a steady return of 1 to 2% a week can make a huge difference in your ability to not only save money uh, but improve your quality of life. Unfortunately, everyone wants to be rich and get a yacht. Yeah, just the little 4 ounce tails. I'm just fucking with you, Carl. But Gork, Moon. All right, listen, dork, Mister sitting on $300 QQQ pits. You're far from immune to the mistakes of the poor. I didn't lose money on those yet. Oh wait, you closed those and rolled them up, right? Now I have a November 1st 339 put. Okay. Is there another entry or is risk playing continuation too high? Mm, Okay, so the risk in playing a continuation here is where you set it, right? So if you set a stop here and buy a put here, and you get your continuation, you win, right? If you don't, you get stopped out. Stops are the best. They define your risk for you so you don't have to in the moment. I'm getting more passive and scalping more cautiously because your boy has some interviews coming up. Oh, yeah? Interesting. Getting burned out on being a homebody already? Langoustine or lobster? The answer is langoustine. Hmm. Langoustine mac and cheese? Okay. Trader Joe's sells like bags of langoustine. It's pretty good. You get like a huge fucking bag of it. I think Costco has them too. My wife expects me to clean every day. It's awful. You just gotta get naked and get yourself like a little apron. These bulls are so stupid and go live in boxes. Wait, what? I set a stop to sell a put for profit on the drop, bought it back on the bounce for less than I sold it for. Feels like this has to be a trading violation. No. Channel down? What do you mean? How much more effort does it take to turn the trend back up when the MM is selling the flat tape? A lot. I mean, it's not like the MM's selling a ton, right? And obviously gamma can quickly outweigh the net selling that the market maker is doing. But every time the price stops moving, they're selling. 543 watching, but only 190 likes. Those are rookie numbers. Let's pump those likes up. Thank you, Gerald Bold. If you guys could drop a like, it's helpful or nice. She already makes me do that. I'm literally an object of her fantasies right now. This is excellent for you, Carlo. This is gonna recharge your tea. And frankly, I need a break. She's insatiable. Unliked and unsubbed. Thanks, turd. How often does the charm environment change? Not often. I would say the SPX spends like 90% of its time above in a positive charm environment. So uh, generally quite rare outside of bear markets for there to ever be negative charm. The main object of my Viking forklift fantasy is you can't pull double duty, your T is too low. Thanks, crypto. Is this a Head and Shoulders? Like a really shitty one. Technically, the Head and Shoulders was here, and it failed immediately. But we're already back in the neckline, right? Also, Head and Shoulders on the 1 minute are gross. Everything looks like a fucking Head and Shoulders. Do you see any more downside to this downside of Microsoft this week? I mean, if QQQ keeps falling and SPX keeps falling and the breadth continues to just get fucking destroyed, then yeah. I mean, you're gonna get net selling. Even if people aren't selling Microsoft, right? The ETFs are gonna reduce their allocations, right? As market caps drop. And that's gonna weigh on like, you know, things like Netflix and Apple. Microsoft already lost all the gains from its earnings. LOL. Well, to be fair, the gains from its earnings weren't all that impressive to begin with. What do you think of zero DTEs with XSP? Sometimes the spreads are really bad. You can have more contracts since it's 1/10 the capital required. Okay, but like, but the leverage is like the same, right? If you buy 10 XSP or 1 SPX, there's no difference except you have shitty liquidity on XSP. Do you have a Netflix downside target? It's on the chart from the DD last night. There's 2. NVIDIA? What about it? Under 400 is kind of cool. Could see that today. Good entry for TAC right now? I'm gonna wait. It's in my target price range. But I think it can fall further. Obviously, the cheaper you can buy it, the better. How's the fertilizer environment? Is it possible to make an educated guess for MOS earnings? I mean, I can't say I've done a lot of analysis of the fertilizer environment lately, but estimates project lower. I think nat gas prices are still really cheap, so might be a little easier for them to beat. I think their margins have probably contracted about as much as they're going to. Goog looking kind of bullish. It's down like 10% in 2 days. $11%. Are you still carrying a NVIDIA short position? Yes, an extremely large one. Most of which is still very much underwater. Does NVIDIA need to fill the gap from that ridiculous pump in May? No, it's been like 5 months. The market maker already took the loss. Market makers aren't sitting on like 6-month-old losses waiting for a gap to fill. They just fucking eat the shit and move on. I was in a meeting. What did I miss? GME ran up to $45 and then came right back down. Sorry. Better luck next time. Adapted by the Dans. Where can one get a good look at the fertilizer environment? You can stick your head up a bull's ass. I know emotion should be taken out, but I have a bad feeling about GME, and not just because of this price action, but regarding the overall situation. Yeah, I agree. Isn't most of it paid by your call hedges over time? Yeah, but I still want to make money on it. It's still like a lot of capital tied up, right? Whether I hedged it off or not is irrelevant. There's still a lot of money tied up in the position. Arguably, all of my hedges are tied up in the position. Are you waiting for a break of 400 on Netflix before entering the 380s? Not necessarily 400. I was thinking more if we break below like 405, then I'm gonna target something. I'm not gonna buy 380s. Let me be very fucking clear, first of all. Ever. I would buy maybe like 400s or 395. You don't buy a 380 when that's your price target. Is that what you've been doing this whole time, Thunder? Is this why you're on your 14th port? Shit. All right. Shit still looks kind of bearish. Yep. Yeah, stagnating a little bit, but yeah, I would say. Yeah, this is still pretty bearish. Netflix is coming back down. Hold on, I want to add the 10, 20, 30 year to that. Yields are kind of stabilizing a bit. Correlation's still moving up. Vol returns still positive on the day. So all the outside pressure is still there. Gherkin's the construction project site supervisor for his kitchen construction project, and he's not happy. Well, apparently they fixed whatever was wrong with the wire and they've got it hooked up now. It looks like they replaced the outlet that they lit on fire. I don't even know how the fuck you do that. Do you have a PT for TLT? 110, 120? Over the course of 2024, I think conservatively I could see it hit like 110 to 115 again. But I do have some coverage out of the money as well in case Treasury squeeze. RSP outperforming SPX by 100 BPS. Interesting. So we're just losing Mag 7 market cap today. Oh, wow. Russell's kind of crushing it, too. Tech getting blown the fuck out. It's about time. Yeah, you know what? I don't think Tech liked the floating rate there yesterday. Not at all. I don't know how much faith I'd have in their fix. Well, the super came up and fixed the electrical. So. But yeah, I'll make sure it doesn't fucking light on fire when I'm using it. JFresh says NVIDIA is no longer a $1 trillion company. You should be correct. It's making the entire world look like shit. Man, who'd have thunk the massive overconcentration into 7 stocks would eventually reflect badly? Well, yeah. What about Foxconn as a value play? Below PB, 5% dividend. Man, I'm not going to buy into any fucking tech right now. Or manufacturing. But I'm not sure there are any value plays currently. Especially with yields where they're at. And they're Chinese based? Fuck that. Their economy's even worse than ours. I'm down like 85% on my 100k port. I'm back holding GME leaps that I'm down 24k on. I think I need to cut my losses and just try building my port back with spreads. 13k left. I feel dumb. What price are your leaps at on GME? That's rough. $10 and 1750. Are you selling PMCCs against them? Like outside of like the ETF and OPEX windows? What's up, ice cream sandwich? Thank you, man. You know where Larry fucked up? He made a spot Bitcoin ETF instead of a Mag 7 ETF. You know why there aren't any Mag 7 ETFs, Stork? Because when they dump all their bags on retail, um, they don't want to have to buy more. They don't want to be a net buyer of their own bags. They're the most obvious financial product in the world, and nobody's made it. Speaking of dump, 150 is still a resistance. It wasn't until the price tanked. Well, I mean, you can still sell against the 10. You're in the money on those. I mean, Jimmy's over short right now. Over a period of time, barring a market crash, it should run again, right? I mean, regardless what fuckery they do in order to stuff the liquidity different places, eventually they're gonna have to cover it, right? We dealt with a similar situation last year from like September through Jan. Um, so yeah, I mean, eventually there will be upside. If they beat on earnings or something like that, it could run. So you can still get an opportunity to get out of the leaps, but in the meantime, stop eating the fucking theta decay, right? I'm playing my first SPX put. I bought on a confirmation of a breakdown earlier. Now I'm 30%. Set a stop. So worst case, I make 10%. Perfect. That's how it's done. Why is you can move your stop up too as support is found, right? I'm somewhat of a back collector myself. Well, the yield max ETF should be shittier with volatility dropping off of like with correlation going up. Yield max ETFs will be garbage. Dude, your charts and pickles picks have color coded lines? Yeah, because you can't read. If we lose 4150, Big says big vigor risk? Big vigor risk, yeah. More underwater short puts, right? But there is still a lot of resistance 4140, 4135 as well. My 4100's finna prompt. Which color applies to which quant? How strong of a resistance do you think 4150 is? Probably pretty strong. I mean, they're gonna do what they can to fight back against all of this, right? Because the pressure is constantly down. If they lose 4150, it just gets worse. Like the market maker is going to go longer vol. Every level they lose it makes it harder to gain the prior levels back. So V or die. It's been that way since August. And, you know, they try to use the resistance to retreat their position further back and further back, but they end up just, like, concentrating risk more and more every time they do that. It's like the world's slowest fucking capitulation. No problem shilling at Shoney's. I think your mistake there, and don't take this the wrong way, but you probably over leveraged in relation to the amount of experience trading you have. Don't don't take on too much risk until you're comfortable. And if you got 100 grand port and you've fully deployed $100,000 and you haven't been doing this for 5-6 years, you're probably fucking up. Is 50k and 0 DTEs too much? Way too much, yeah. But it's such a rush. I almost want to say that you're probably the more bored you are with your portfolio, the better you're doing. Can confirm, no longer have 100k port. The rush won't feed you in the chow line. Everyone, just don't deploy 100%, or I mean, you shouldn't be deploying more than like 10% of your capital into like high risk investments anyway, right? It just sounds like a gambling addiction. I mean, it's really easy to cross that line when you're trading, right? Could we hit 4130 today? It's not impossible. I never had one in the first place, though. Good to know, Yago. Do you count SPX spreads as high risk? I mean, it depends. Are you selling 0 DT SPX spreads in the money, or are you like selling like 5 to 14 DTE SPX spreads out of the money? Wait a second. I wasn't supposed to full port Rev weeklies? Yeah, but you bought puts, turd. You bought puts while it was going up, and then you bought calls after it went down. You Revlon completely backwards. You were trying to do the contrarian thing to me and Gaff. If you follow a no more than 5% of trading port per play, what max of your trading port would you have deployed at one time? I mean, all of it, ideally. But you shouldn't be deploying all of your portfolio into 0 DTE plays. We're in an inflationary environment still, so stagnant cash is just losing money, right? But there's a lot of things you can do that don't require shitloads of like intraday management, and you're not taking on tons of risk. Try to make millions off $10. So far out of the money they can't see spot options is how we get into this mess. Yep. If BBBY hadn't been so profitable for me, I would have lost so much on Rev. Good lesson though. Rev was fucking awesome until it wasn't. I deployed 100K when all the banks failed. I deployed it as so no way we stay above 4,000 buys 10K puts. No way we stay above 4,100 buys 10K puts. Absolutely no effing way we yeah. Yeah, the bank failure got everyone. I mean, what are you gonna do there, right? Like banks are failing, everyone's gonna buy puts. It just makes sense. No one expected the Fed to come in and bail them all out. Worse yet, I mean, going full port risk assets from all the banks in order to hedge their depositor outflow. Like that's not something I don't think anybody could have predicted that didn't have, you know, inside knowledge of their strategy, right? Michael Burry tweeted QQQ makes its official correction. Does that mean they're going to make another movie about me? I don't know. Is Burry correct? I don't know what the fuck he means. Was that the whole quote? How far out are your TLT logs? Jan 2025. I think I just bought 4150s at the bottom. Did I fuck up or can we still drop? Did you literally buy 4150s here? Set a stop. I think shit still looks pretty bearish, but I mean you should have some kind of stop at the prior level at least. There's a historical precedent set to bail out banks. Yeah. We all just thought surely they wouldn't do it again. I mean, it wasn't that I didn't think that they wouldn't bail out banks. I just thought that even if they did bail out banks, banks would do the opposite of what they did. Right? You wouldn't expect banks that just got bailed out to risk on all of their bailout money, right? That's from a fake account. Nice. Burry blocks me on Twitter, and I've never had a single interaction with the guy. But you would become unblocked every time he deletes his account. The banks are one of us. Worse. I'm just thankful all of those banks will face long and lasting repercussions. No, they won't. They've successfully started dumping all of their bags on retail that bought the pump in June and July. They continue to dump all their bags on them. And then the last bag they'll dump on all of them is the Mag 7. And then they'll have plenty of money to buy the dip. They'll be A-okay. What are your thoughts about T at this level? I'm thinking of adding to my position in the next few quarters. I think it's a bit above my cost basis, but it's not terrible. My only concern with T is them pulling back the dividend at any point, either to address long-term debt or if cash flows fall off, right? So, like, I don't think $15 is a very bad price, and 7% is obviously 7.3% is obviously way better than like a 1 or 2 year note, right? I think if their deal with BlackRock and like the broadband expansion takes off, they're gonna build up their subscriber base on the ISP side, and that could improve their future cash flows, which I don't think are currently being priced in, right? And so I would say I would rather buy it below 14. And I think that opportunity is still open. And that way you kind of can offset the risk of the dividend getting pulled. But I do think that the dividend getting pulled at some point is the best case scenario for the future of the company. And so I would probably double down if they pulled the dividend. In the meantime, yeah, 7.31% per year is that's a pretty defensible payout, right? So puts on Mag 7 with time. I wouldn't rush it. All of their growth that's priced in is being priced in for like Q4 this year into next year, right? They're expected to just rapidly grow throughout next year. I don't think that'll be the case because I think we're still probably going to hit a recession. Um, but until that's realized, it could be some time before the Mag 7 falls really hard, right? Unless we get a crash, in which case the Mag 7 will fucking dump like crazy. So you gotta weigh those two. You know, you have a very low probability of a crash, and you know, a much better chance that over time their valuations fail to be realized. So I think short exposure on the Mag 7 is broadly pretty good. Maybe not so much Google and Microsoft, but the rest of them. Um, Meta's pretty stable too, but those would get dragged down if the rest get dragged down. And then I think like Apple, Nvidia, uh, Tesla. I think all of those are like very overvalued. Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's getting closer to a fair valuation, but they're more adversely affected by a broader range of macroeconomic conditions than their peers. What's the Mag 7? Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, and Tesla. Meta. Meta Nvidia. Meta Nvidia. I was listening to Meta earnings. I died laughing when Mark said what they're doing with AI is unlike what anyone else is doing. Dude lives under a rock. Everyone's pumping AI. I think no one's buying into the AI thing anymore. People don't like to invest in things that don't immediately provide returns. And most tech kind of swings that way. I mean, look at the dot-com bubble, right? You know, all of the new tech coming in, and everyone was bullish on the internet, and everything like shot up to insane valuations, right? And then the bubble burst, and then it wasn't until like after 2012 that revenues from all of that tech started to actually be apparent, right? And then, then we saw valuations catch up. And any kind of like tech cycle generally goes that way, right? You get a lot of excitement about the tech, and then you get the development before it's profitable, and then you get profits, and then, you really want to be a buyer here because you're going to find out if the tech is going to fail or if it's going to generate profits. You do not want to be a buyer here when everyone's hyped up about it and it's not generating any revenue streams, right? Like, think of ideas that were really pivotal for the economy, like Amazon, right? Um, like the idea of like massive e-commerce. And if you look at Amazon over time, right? Like, everyone was super excited about the shit Amazon was doing in the dot-com bubble. Valuations skyrocketed, right? You got from their like IPO, they went up 8,000% in a matter of like 5 years, and then they lost 2,000% of that. That's backwards. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, 95% of their value. That a 95% drop from their highs. And they didn't gain anything, like they didn't reattain those valuations until October of 09. And that's really when e-commerce started to take off, right? And the revenue streams started to be realized, and their cloud services stuff started to be offered more publicly, and then you started to see growth. But that's fucking almost 10 years of holding it underwater. It sounds like a story of hodl. I mean, this is a story of being more timely with your investments. And I don't think AI is really any different than this, except e-commerce is real and AI is a stochastic parrot. What did you call me? Zuckerberg said you can interact with your favorite personalities even if they don't have time. They will have AI bots and you can talk with their likeness. Weird. The economy growing? How are we going to get a recession? The economy is overheating. And also, that's just a forward projection. Today's GDP data is not is not accurate yet. It's the advanced print. It's either a very long way away or absolutely impossible, Russell. All right. Adopted by Dance. Thank you so much. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Adopted a shout out for hooking you up. SPX slipping below a longer term trend. Is that super bearish? Yes. Yeah, we're running right into resistance here. This is where our big resistance is. So we lost 41.50. Vega risk is out of the money. Now we're looking to we're probably going to keep falling to 41.40, and then we're looking between 41.40 and 41.36 for major resistance. If we fail 41.36, I think a test 4100 is on the table. What about the gap above us? Where? Oh, it's fucked. At least for now. VIX isn't going to slow down anytime soon. Probably not. ES gaps actually matter, I thought. I mean, they don't if we're nowhere near filling them. We tried to fill it earlier and failed. Maybe later this week. But right now, I mean, every dollar to the downside is like compounding the bearishness, right? And if we lose 41.36, the monthly and weekly contracts on SPX are negative charm. That means the entirety of the chain for SPX is going to be delta being sold over time. Up $1,000 on Netflix. Look at Piggles Picks paying for themselves. Win Pigeon Whale, Popcorn Trader. Win Bear Song. I'll think about it. New chess piece on the board. Pakistan shelling India. I didn't see that one coming. Oh, fucking Christ. Jimmy gonna get dragged along with the market. The constant selling provides liquidity, but it's probably not gonna drop too hard. Up 1100 on Netflix. Suck it. Nice. Shelling in Kashmir? Because that's normal. Probably. I finally got the YouTube pop-up saying ad blockers aren't allowed. Bear market confirmed. Thanks for watching my stream with an ad blocker, Eric. Is the risk of a hard bounce less likely below 41.50? Yes. Well, below 41.30, below 41.36. But I mean, the deeper we get into this environment, the more likely like capitulation rallies become, right? And they're always going to be intense. The market maker is extremely short, right? And so on moves to the upside, the cover bid can be quite a lot. Just do Google reward surveys, scan a few receipts, and you can pay for YouTube Premium with the credit you earn. Oh, there you go. What's significant about 4136? All of the charm on the chain is negative below that. What about the gravity of the 4150 puts? I mean, their Vega is already affecting the current price, right? Like we're already close enough to them that Vega's relevant. The delta on them just ticks up. They have a bit of theta on them, so yeah, they're definitely having an effect. So basically, as the market rises, right? So in a net negative delta and gamma environment, on the downside, the market maker is selling. On the upside, the market maker is buying, right? And so as you move up more and more, and puts close or get stopped out, the market maker starts to buy back the delta that they're short, right? And this is the cover bid. And that can continue to accelerate upside price moves. So kind of like a really good example of this would have been Monday morning's price action, right? When Ackman tweeted and bond yields reversed, and everyone freaked the fuck out, right? So they started closing puts, and then you get the market maker buying back all that delta that they were short, and then they're also to hedge buying into the rising prices as well, and so you get kind of like a squeeze up. So they're buying to cover their short hedge, essentially, like cover bid. Are you gonna stream the entire potential market crash? I fucking waited 6 months for it. I'm not gonna miss it. If you listen closely, you can hear the sound of bear cranks punching bull tonsils on the NYSE trading floor. What do you mean? What happened with options? Is it significant if Nvidia crosses under 400? There's a lot of puts there. Is SPXS something that could be good in this environment? Yes, especially if we continue to drop slowly over a long period of time. Based on the macro, how close are we to a crash? Days, weeks, hours? I mean, it's just more likely. I don't think you should try to predict a crash. Seconds. It's only 12 o'clock right now. What the fuck? Has anyone else been having a lot of settlement issues with WeBull on like exercise or like cash settled options? Yeah, a fair amount. Okay. That's what I thought. Like it's not that uncommon to run into some issues with cash settlement, but they've like the last 3 trades I've made on this account have settled out a day late. So like they've settled on T2 instead of T1. It's hard to get fills on 116 p.m. CC on GME when no one is buying options. Yes, it is. You usually have to give a discount to the MM. What's a confirmation of Netflix's breakdown? Yeah, starting to confirm. Remember that risk on the longer dated position is now set to the higher, like the lower PT though, right? Did Bulls just totally give up? I think Bulls just totally got fucked. Talk to us here. I mean, we're at 136, right? So let's see how they react. Yeah, we could continue. We could continue down. If we fail this level, it's super bearish. This isn't even like a technical fucking support. This is just the options chain, but yeah, it's quite bearish if we fall below here. The market maker is going to start selling the flat tape even harder, right? To the tune of, well, I guess it just depends on how negative that goes. Like another 6 billion ish. SoFi. Oh, is it finally dumping? Haha! What did I fucking tell you, Cornub? 12% risk, 88% reward. Dork's mad. Where can we complain about making too much money? Anywhere you want. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That looks terrible, Dork. So if we fail 4100, market crash, very steep correction. Like if we fail 4100, the chances that we fall below the JPM collar are really high, right? What's the WeBull account at? I think like 4500, 4800 maybe. I don't know, my spreads from yesterday still haven't settled. I'm 100% that we won't fail 4100 first try. Sure about that? What's gonna stop us? Seriously, like, there's really nothing to turn it around. Plunge protection team. They'll need an insane bounce. Well, this is the point to try for one, right? $41.60 ES. This just looks like it's getting more bearish. Fuck, that looks awful. Alright, let's see how the big fight for 136 shakes out. Immediately, big put selling, call buying. So they're trying to capture capitulation, but I'm not sure they're getting any. Positioned for it, though. So watch out. Yeah, it's not very bouncy, which is maybe a good sign, but be careful. This is a really, really important level. It's the in the money profit taking that's the problem, not the at the money profit taking. Or the out of the money. I'm straddled here. I'm kind of thinking about the same myself. God damn it. Still pushing back, but yields are climbing. I might fail. Geriatric Gherk thumbnail looks hella scary. I really hope this fails. This is such a big deal. Yeah, I know Vix isn't budging. That's on Dave Ramsey's Financial Peace University. That guy's a moron. Is he bankrupt again? Hey guys, debt. Fuck off. Was it plausible that hedge funds could have been pumping BTC to get liquidity and dump BTC to reverse the correction on the markets? They've done it before. No, that's bullshit. BTC is like a fucking, like a fourth the size of Apple. An eighth the size of Apple. It's irrelevant. It's tiny. No, that's fucking moronic. Christ. Hello, Gaff. Welcome to the BTC conversation. You know, my favorite one was one I read on Twitter like last night, where they're gonna full port BTC instead of buying treasuries, because those markets are equivalent, right? Dave Ramsey, you shouldn't take a loan out to buy a house. Anyone? Rates are 1%. Dave, debt bad, don't do it. Where's a church to set up shop? I fucking hate that guy. Genius? Why did I think of that? So Gaff, are we gonna short BTC when the ETFs are approved and it becomes a security? I want to short the ETFs. I want to short the underlying. It's gonna be so cool when BTC doesn't have volatility anymore, and it just becomes a stable coin. You're doing that by shorting the ETF. Shh. I'm not shorting BTC, running into a crypto bull. Oh, sweet summer child. Come on, Gaff. You know what ETFs do. Gurk, I just got back from the dentist. Is this bullish? Could be. Oh yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Through the happening, it's probably worthwhile to be long BTC. Well, not through it, but after it. But then, like when it starts to top out, I'm gonna short the fuck out of it. The shallower lower high builds on the power law corridor will be fucked, And there goes literally all of my TA. It's gonna be tricky, yeah. Institutions are gonna use that to synthetically short the fuck out of Bitcoin. BlackRock's spot ETF is about to be the new XRT. This kind of looks bearish. Yeah, yeah, quite bearish. Failed the breakout. Their bulls stepped in there for a second. They stuck their peener through the glory hole, but there was no one there to receive it. In fact, this is what exactly Gresham Thiers predicts for infant currency markets. Super interesting economic nerd modeling is in our future. Win BTC $1, Gaff. Seriously, thank you. Because of your foresight in the market, my parents were able to put a large part of their IRA cash into SPXS at a cost basis of $14. Life-changing for their ports. That's fucking awesome, dude. Remember that is like extremely leveraged and leveraged on the daily returns of SPX, right? So whenever we find a bottom here, they're gonna want to cut that quick. Because the volatility decay and reversals can wipe out those gains very fast. Yeah, they'll never do that, Nuke. Glory hole guillotines. So if we lose 41.36, yeah, if we lose this level, we can drop to 4100. Watch for the double bottom though, or triple bottom. It's really important that they defend this. As soon as I can trade it using my computer share account. Netflix spreads big pront. You're welcome. I think BTC is like an interesting proof of concept, but it's a useless concept. It's a good buy price for Dole. I mean, what would I like to buy Dole at, or what's a good price for it? Like the current price is pretty decent. But I'd like to buy it under $9. Don't tease me with 7. I think my cost basis on it right now is around $8. Nah, have you ever heard of NFTs or like JPEGs but blockchain? I wouldn't be buying Dole here. But if it dropped back to like $8 or $9, I would definitely pick more up. People said the same thing about SMTP and POP3 email, said it would never be used. No one knows the protocol they operate on, but the tools built on top of it. I mean, blockchain still only has like limited future potential, right? As as a way to encrypt, right? As soon as we have quantum computing, blockchain's useless. And I'm not saying we're going to have quantum computing anytime soon, but say like 15, 20-year window, right? If we bounce from here, what's an appropriate level to cut profitable puts? I'm 1 week out from expiration, in the money, 420, 416p. I mean, you want to try to capture as much as possible, right? You can always buy more puts. This 100% this, which is what all of the BTC maxis just can't let go. A tier 1 crypto has 0 intrinsic value, it can never have it. Even Satoshi said it wasn't supposed to be more than a proof of concept. Yeah. Yeah, treasuries don't have growth potential, Randall. Dole actually does. Quite a lot. I would argue that Dole's not even that overpriced at this level. I just think I could get it for cheaper. You should really look into their distribution. Wasn't your Dole PT 15? It was like 15, 16. I'm Satoshi. JFresh linked something from Seeking Alpha this morning that made me so mad. Ugh. So you're saying if I build a quantum computer, I can have as many free Cardano as I want? Might be easier just to wait for it to go to 0. Yeah, Gaff, you never answer my question. Why won't Kava accept my payments in Cardano? The dude at the counter was like, what's that? And I was like, Gaff told me I could spend it here. And he's like, who's Gaff? And now I think that our relationship is built on a house of lies. Do you have a buy price for 3M? Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. So I need to ask if they'll accept ADA. Tell them Gaff sent you was a lie. I know it's breaking down. Why doesn't EXR want to drop to 100? I'm trying to front run you. You prick. If you could bring back any one delisted stock, so you could play it again. What stock and why? Revlon. I could have bought 10 times the number of 35Cs and then just sold them all and walked away from it. It pisses me off too because they went private and they're still like a decent company with good revenues. It'll take them some time to clear up their debt, but they'll probably go public again. Fuckers. No, Revlon. The gains on volatility were fucking insane. 10 cent, 35, like Jan 35C contracts going to like fucking $7. It certainly felt like 2021 GME. That was fun. Bought Dole at 774, sold at 1356. Wasn't the original plan, but I didn't want to be greedy. I'll get back in if it goes down more. Yeah, that's smart. I sold like 90 DTE in the money calls when like sort of near where we peaked. I waited till a little bit after earnings. But I think I got out of them at like or I got into the cover calls at like 12 something. And they're sold at 11, so I don't actually own that much Duel. I didn't have a chance to buy very much of it. Still big oofs if SPX drops under 4,100. Yeah, very. There's like 50,000 December puts at 40.50. How do you confirm a breakdown has actually occurred? Is it a certain amount? No. I mean, the further below the level, the more it's confirmed. And technically, it's not really confirmed until you hit the next level afterwards, which would be like 41.25. QQQ down 465 bips in 2 days. $40.50. JPM collar puts are at $40.50. I'm gonna buy another Netflix spread for 400, 380. You can't stop me. I'm gonna do it. Watch me. Here I go. No take backsies. November 10th or 17th. I don't know. The fuck did you just say? You can't time me out, Torek. What's up, man? We're kind of failing. I know. It's pretty cool. No, JPAD doesn't talk today. Last night, and he didn't comment on the market. I read that in 1930, toilet paper became splinter free. Thought people just wiped their ass with newspaper. Ask for an OI update. Let me look. So, building out a little of interest to the downside, 41.25, 41.20, 41.15. 35.30 is fairly stable. But yeah, if we hit 41.25, we can ramp down maybe all the way to like 41.10. I think if we lose if we really lose this level, it's very very like I can't describe how bearish. It's very bearish. Like even just losing 41.30 here is bad. Like right now, all of the SPX chain is shedding is well building negative delta over time, or shedding long delta over time. And then that's accelerated, right? So you have like this constant trickle of like negative delta from the charm, right? And then that's then accelerated by like like the overall delta negative position, and then the gamma, right, from shorter dated positioning. So this is really hard to push back against. Even here, like we just had this like hard bounce, and we didn't break back into like positive charm on the weekly contracts. So yeah, if we lose this, I would say like this range, 41.40 to 41.31. I think if we lose the 30 strike, we're gonna go down hard. We'll probably see more capitulation if the auction is neutral, though. What if it prints a fat tail? Like, yeah, they'll probably try to hold it here till the auction, but if the auction prints a fat tail, it's gonna get really bearish, right? And then we start falling below 4100. The JPM puts start to pick up more delta, more gamma, more vega. They start to become like a black hole, right? Just all the price action into them. Auctions in 3 minutes. Yep. Careful though. Keep some hedge, right? We know if it bounces, it'll bounce hard. So have some out of the money hedge that can hedge off your premiums, right? Just what? Sorry. Any spicy news out of Japan? USD JPY above 150. They said they're watching it closely last night. The Minister of Finance did. Suzuki? Every auction is turned into a fucking SLD. Yeah. It's like an SLD that doesn't create more liquidity in the future, though. Is HE experiencing some covering? Uh, it seems that way, but I don't think so. I think it's just picking up interest because it's a very cheap utility, and utilities are attractive right now because the market's dropping off a cliff. I don't think it's picking up enough interest yet to like squeeze the shorts or anything, though. No problem, Ivad. Say more bearish things about the markets. Did you see KView earnings were today? No. How did they do? Gross. God damn it. I'm going to buy this sack of shit at $21. How did they miss? Really? They beat on revenues and missed by 5 cents and lost 4.5%? What the fuck ever. It's fine. I don't care. I can always buy more at this price. Consumer durables will pick back up. I'm not that worried about it. Consumer non-durables. It's a terrible time to double down on Netflix, but I want to. You can probably wait till the print, right? Unless you beat earnings by a crazy amount, people just sell your shit. I can't imagine people selling KView for much longer, especially with J&J declaring bankruptcy, right? Like, consumer non-durables are going to start to pick up interest if the economy is looking worse and worse. 7-year auction? We should have something on it. Soon? Not yet. Ooh, fuck. They didn't divert their liabilities to KView. KView just, they broke off their like all their like household brands into KView. It's like Band-Aid and all of that shit. KView also approved a $27 million share buyback. Okay, cool. That'll help with margins a little. It's not very much. I just showed a guy who said he made 90K on a video that was about to break 400, and he was like, yeah, I'm out. I own 100 KView 25 calls for May 2024. Am I safe? Maybe. $25? I don't know. What price did you buy them at? Ooh, bounce. Gork Forex. Ooh, big Dixie drop. 4.908, 4.92 spot. So soft. Yen spiking super hard. That should pull back some pressure. Watch for a bounce. Ooh, bounce and cover bid. Well, let me see where we could bounce to if we do. If we break 4140, there's a pretty decent ramp. So we could move up quick. Yeah, we'll see if they're able to pump themselves out of the hole. They're definitely gonna try. So far, it doesn't look that successful. Yeah, I'm gonna carry a hedge here until this fails. Yeah, the auction was small. Thanks, Atomic. $38 billion with 92% at the high yield. 4.908. That's an awful lot at the high end. I mean, this isn't that bullish, despite the soft, like the soft print. Like 92% of the allotted is at the high yield. No one even trades the 7 here. It's got some interest. It's more its reflection on the rest of like longer dated maturity, right? Is there or is there not demand, right? I sent you a secret J&J bankruptcy play. Oh God. Nice, Wiggly. You still got any of those November 17 4200Ps? I've been scaling out of them, but I don't know what to do with my last two. They just look so good in my port. I have a couple left. Just being greedy. But yeah, I've been scaling out of them too. I've been trying to scale out of things as it drops, but it's starting to get to the point where shit's so expensive that I'm less incentivized to scale out of the rest of my longer dated positioning, and I still haven't closed like any of the VIX shit. I closed some of the shit I bought above like VIX 16, but I left all the rest of it open. I still want to see VIX hit like 30, 35 at least. Is this a rejection? Not yet. I'll try to let you know when it is one. It's not doing well. I'll tell you. I can say that much. Here's the problem: if you start shorting the vol and pumping the price, the yields are going to go up again, right? So this is kind of where they fuck themselves on the upside. Is they're going to, like, by pumping the market, you're going to incentivize buying bonds. Holy moly, VIX 35? I don't think that's that crazy. Maybe it is. I only have till Jan, but think about it this way, though. VIX hasn't really broken out. Like, vol control hasn't stopped yet. So I think volatility still has a lot more room to the upside. I want to see VIX 80. Do you think Tesla could hit 190? I think Tesla could hit under 100. How much time do you have? End of the year? That might not be enough time. End of the year, I could see maybe like the mid 180, 168. It'll probably take another really terrible earnings to actually kill it. Don't you have an ongoing bet for Tesla with someone? Yeah. It hits 100 before it hits 300. It won't go to 100. You're right. It'll probably go lower. I'd buy it at $23. The yield was 4.92, printed at 4.908. Yeah. What do you need clarified? So it shows there was demand for the bond at a lower yield than it was at spot. I'm still waiting for you to take my offer that Jamie hits 12 before BTC hits 12K. I think both of those things can happen simultaneously. Oh, please. It will never go that low. Okay. Didn't you tell me last year when I sold my in the money Tesla CCs at like 150 that it wasn't gonna happen, and then it went to 100 after the split? Was the auction bullish for SVX? Not really. It wasn't super bearish. If the yield had come in above spot, that would have been even more bearish. We probably would have lost this resistance quickly. Any movement on Fubo tips? The 230 level looks like solid support. I'd like to DCA before earnings. I think this can go lower. Yeah, I do. You said it would go to 70. Whatever. I was close enough. I'm sorry, 68% drop wasn't good enough for you. I made money. I know you did. Tesla's got a lot of problems. They're not going to be easily resolved. The Cybertruck's definitely not fixing any of them. And those problems are likely to persist as long as rates remain high. Also, their bonds are probably on fairly shaky ground already with their reduced cash flows. What does it mean if the price went to stop my price and didn't fill? A liquid strike? Maybe, yeah. Or just no bid. Is there a cash prize to the worst trader in the pickle jar? Or a special emoji at least? No. We just have to wait until Alpha X12 takes over. He'll set right the mistakes his father made. I mean, once we put a sufficient amount of negative gamma out of the money, then the cover bid strengthens, right? But we still really need to move above like 4150 here. To 4140 kind of kicks it off, but really above 4150 to get some serious buying back. So I don't think this is too risky, but until this fails, I'm carrying just like a small like out of the money call hedge. Just in case, right? Because we know they can do crazy shit. But right now, I don't think any puts are going to capitulate. Not yet. I have 415p on SPY that I bought on Monday for 48 cents. Expires the 30th. Should I be waiting for it? Sweating it for a bounce right now? Or safe to hold for tomorrow? I mean, if you're worried about it bouncing right now, which I mean, we have a bounce set up. Get a hedge, right? And then you don't have to fucking worry about it. Or close it and wait to confirm a breakdown or confirm a bounce and then reposition. Don't just sit there and hope your options print, right? That's such a huge mistake that so many people still make. Actively manage your position. So if you're worried if it's going to bounce, hedge it or cut it, right? If your gains are enough to brag about, you probably should have sold it. That old saying, right? If it's worth a screenshot, sell it. You clip it, Posty. I don't know where the clip. I don't have the clip button. You guys do. I have to like do this whole thing and like find the time slot. It's a bitch. These are a contract, Gurk. How do I break the contract? We'll do it, and I'll send it to my wife's dad. I took a screenshot when Jimmy hit 250. Regrets. We all have that regret. I know, Gurk. I'm actively yelling at the monitor to make this market rocket in any direction. You should have a little clip button on YouTube. I closed puts at 41.35 and bought calls. Didn't everybody? No. I have a strangle. How do I hedge that? I also entered a strangle at the bottom. So yeah, I'm just waiting for it to do something. You can sell a wider condor to hedge off your pin risk or your spread risk. Don't tell AJ about it though. I don't want to fucking listen to his questions. I full ported 0 DTE 4100 Ps. I really hope they go in the money. I will never financially recover if they don't. Excellent. Are traders that full port far out of the money options for the streets? The sheets? Don't call us traders. But if the market breaks 4100, I don't want those put spreads then. Just do it like with a calendar. You can always close the loser. Ooh, but then you hedge off the winner, right? Yeah. A little bit. Or the loser. Yeah. But okay, so you close the loser on the condor. And then that hedges off your loser on the. I guess you could. Well, yeah, you close the long call and the short put. Boom. Then you leave a bear spread. Yeah, you leave a bear credit to the upside, and you just have double leverage puts to the downside, or vice versa. You do what to the winner? You take it to Kava and treat it with your ADA. Yeah, failing the breakout's not bullish. Pinners seem like when a porcupine looking kind of thick. Gork, 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 gork. I'm here, dork. Boof. Hey Greg, I'm starting a new 401k plan for a medium-sized business. I'm going to add self-directed brokerage and give everyone a subscription for a year. Can I get a group pricing discount? For what? For the self-directed brokerage? I don't know, call their sales team? Oh, for Dillionaire? You really want to expose your investors to the pickle jar? Sure. I don't know how to do that, but I could probably figure it out. DM me. After you expose your investors to the pickle jar, you can hedge them off. Don Duck's gonna be giving them some great advice. As long as they don't find Jay Fresh's penises, we'll be okay, right? He's gonna share an 8-hour live stream with all his employees that he wants to be productive. I don't think he cares about their productivity at all. My baby cubs are growing into full blown bears. I'm scared. Soon they're gonna challenge you for alpha status. And when walking is unbanned, woo, that will be a great day for their productivity. True. I almost forgot about that. Not my employees, but might be an issue with my fiduciary duty. Possibly. Well, I don't know. It's self-directed, so probably not. Is there an actually defined walker line so we know how much time we've got? Walking line, so we've got how much time we've got until an unbanning? Yeah, if the market crashes, walking gets unbanned. It's pretty definitive. I don't think he'll come back. He kind of faded into obscurity, right? He hasn't been DMing me 15 times a day. Or Ko-Fiing 15 times a day. Although, maybe because I banned him from Ko-Fi. I'm not sure. I'm not going to ban you in a market crash. That's like your dream. Equities having no value. And not giving you a platform to talk shit. What kind of friend would I be, Gaff? If anyone holding out for the big one, you just get wrecked. Thoughts? I mean, it's okay to have some positioning. It's just like, I mean, most of my like crash positioning is my Vega positioning, right? Because if we actually crash, all of that would go in the money. And I mean, as long as you're smart with your entries and you can hedge off risk, then it doesn't hurt carrying some like some, like out of the money put positioning. You usually need some theta on it. But yeah, most of my trading is like level to level and shorter dated. I don't have anything to say. I've just got this milestone chat burning a hole in my pocket. All right. Well, you did say something, though, Odorous Stan. Thank you so much, dude. When equities are worthless, BTC is worthless because it's now an equity. It's not an equity yet. Could have said bips. Don't put words in my mouth. What do you want me to put in your mouth? What's the strategy on the Netflix debit spread versus the Airbnb one when you went with multiples of the long put? What one's just a debit spread. The other one was a back spread. I have something to say. I'm in mid poop and I love making money. Nice, Gorks bidet. I hope you're gonna use your bidet afterwards. I don't even need to ask. Is this gonna fail or what? Well, there you go. Ah, we re. Speaking of stuffing my mouth, I'm making eggplant rollatini tonight. Ooh, nice. Did you get some fresh ricotta? I also don't have anything to say except for to the debate of who is the worst pickle jar trader. That's me. Get fucked, nerds. I don't know. Peach Fuzz gambled away their house money like 3 weeks ago. That's a pretty. That's up there. That's up there with cock magic blowing up his entire portfolio on spy butterflies. I feel like well, Farmville got a HELOC, but he got it on that absolute wreck of a home that he owns, right? So, I mean, notionally, Peach Fuzz's losses were probably greater. My fixie position is up 14% today. Someone is buying Orangist PG. Nice, man. There's just something hilarious about destroying your entire portfolio on something called butterflies. Or just pickle jar. Oh, maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's some long yen interest right now. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Say I have thing to don't any. Okay. I just learned yesterday that when using a stop limit, the stop is placed at the price you want to sell for profit, and the limit is placed at your risk price. Maybe I'm the worst pickle jar member. I think my milestone chats are an indicator of downs. If you start the pump, I'm gonna be so mad at you. Any chance of 4110 today? If we'd fucking lose this level already. Yellen talking? Oh god. She's gonna say shit like there's no recession and the economy's great. We can totally afford 2 wars. Exactly right. Is that what we're calling Bostic now? Ballsack? Any chance? 4110. Ugh. Two wars. That was last week. Taiwan has entered the chat. Puts are scary. Seems to me shouldn't be messing with them if I don't own shares in case of assignment. You can't get assigned on long puts. We've been over this. You said this last time. I remember now. Fuck you. You can't get assigned on long puts. Only short ones. Balani, Mark Kinch, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you guys so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you both added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. The Federal Reserve is live streaming right now. What the fuck are they streaming? Unscheduled events? They shouldn't be streaming anything. They can fuck off. Minting their first CBDC. Just gonna destroy all the debt, switch to a digital currency, and then QE the fuck out of the market. Aren't they in a blackout period? Today should be the last day, I think. Yeah. Today should be the last. I think today's the last day for Fed speeches. $1 trillion coin. Chop, my biggest nemesis. We meet again. But JPOW said no QE. He's gonna try to find every way to do it that he can. What are they doing? Open board meeting? No, that was 23 hours ago. Economic of Payments 7 conference. Gross. Yeah, I'm not watching this. We're gonna close here, aren't we? I mean, that seems there's a lot of time still left in the day. What we have looks like a soft landing Yellen. Well, then where's the pump? What the fuck? I hate her. Did anybody say what's soft about 8% S&P losses in the last 3 months? She's literally just saying stuff. Yeah, that's what she does. Unfortunately, fiscal policy is still heavily tied to politics, right? She'd probably say things about jobs and robust labor markets. I'm soft listening to her. Y'all can't understand why more young people don't buy houses. She just doesn't realize that young people aren't getting paid $1 million for speaking engagements. What does $1 trillion coin do? Fucks our economy. All right, I'm over trading. I'm done for the day. All right. National debt tokens. It was thought of as a way to give the Treasury money without issuing more debt, but terrible idea. JPOW was adamant that he was not going to do that. Somebody's full porting Mag 7. Okay, so pump. Yeah, so there really isn't like a call ramp. Um, there's some calls at 40, 45, and 50, but very few. Most of or any upside will be pushed by futures and the cover bid from market makers. So I mean it's the same situation we were just at. If we break 4140, we can move up. If we break 4150, we can move up even faster. Like I said, wise to carry an upside hedge. How's BTU looking after earnings? Fine. I mean, I don't think earnings were anything unexpected. A little bit of a drop. It's nice for covered calls. Richie Zillions. 5 Pi-Fi memberships. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Richie a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you, man. Sorry, I got distracted by kind of trying to figure out what's going on with the puts here. Are they selling them or are they buying more? What level do they still have risk? Is 4,200 still stacked? Yeah, yeah. 4150, 4175, 4200, 4225, 4250 all have a lot of underwater risk. What membership do I need for Pickles Picks? Just Billionaire. If you're gonna have one redo in stock trading, what play would you have used it on? GME. That would have sold way more covered calls. Way more covered calls. Earlier. Least I can do when Pickle Man makes me money every week. I appreciate it, man. Dillionaire Jewelry Affairs. When return to cat. Oh, we will. Don't worry, Dunkston. We will. Right now, it's in the process of falling off a cliff again. So it's only when you sell a put that you can get assigned or obligated to buy. Yes. I should have read that part a long time ago, I'm assuming. Probably. That's a breakout of 40, by the way. If we break 50, the upside can accelerate on the cover bid. Also, keep an eye out if you're short Mag 7, because that's probably where we'd see the largest part of the pump. Should I close my bookings thing? Oh, fuck, I already got stopped out? That was quick. Ew. Well, okay. That's fine. Yeah, close the cover. Do I need to close the covered call? Yeah, I should. Cool. How the fuck do I have a line on VIX? Huh. Odd. Has the pumping begun? Well, here's the question. Is that just going to be the whole pump? Because that's a possibility. I don't think it was TA. I don't know why there's a line there. I don't know why it's important. Just gonna get rid of it. Todd did it? What's up, Kirk Barry here? What are the odds we see a relief rally rescue mission for 4200s tomorrow on the back of a half decent Amazon earnings? I mean, we got a little bit of a rescue mission on the 4200s this morning, but it's possible that we see more attempts at that. There's a lot of risk at 4200 and a lot of it's sold for November 17th. So, now that I believe there's only 22 days left to expiration, pulling back that risk at 4200 won't affect the VIX anymore. So we should see some incentive. That doesn't mean they'll be able to pull it off because things are very bearish, but they're definitely incentivized to do it. I believe XRT is still on Reg Show. The tips look like dog shit. They're just turning away from each other again. Jimmy's getting shorted. So there was, what's weird about that is there was at least a little bit of covering um over the last couple of days, right? But not a lot. Is that part of their strategy? Wait till underwater sold puts have low enough DTE to not affect VIX while they close them? No, I mean the ideal strategy would be to have the puts out of the money when they expire worthless. All right, so I think this is a pretty safe time for me to go grab some lunch. Above 4150, upside can accelerate. If we fall back below 4140, we can move back down to the downside and retest that negative charm level again. So that's where we're at. I'll be back in like I don't know, 10-15 minutes. I'm just gonna make something to eat. Uh, hmm. Rejection here? I'm back, guys. Time out, Carl. I did, just because I needed to remove all his text from the chat. Ooh. That's got a nice flavor. Yes. Small rejection at the 41.73.75 level. Looks like we haven't quite broken 41.50 yet, but close. Remember, the cover bid gets stronger after 41.50 to the upside. I regret nothing. Hashtag timeout dork. All right. This is an awkward spot to get rejected from. Kind of is, huh? I feel like we keep moving up. Like, they're not going to push this far without trying for a bit more, right? God, how do you stop fucking Fidelity from logging you out every 3 seconds? Move brokers? I'm trying to sell covered calls on GME. I'm not going to transfer all my shares. But I get like an order set up and I'm waiting for an entry and then it fucking logs me out. I hate ATP so much. Okay, they're shorting pretty hard on the puts here. They're trying to keep this from failing again. $12.20. Hmm. Wait. Hold on. Is that long puts? No. Right? Yeah, it's short puts. If this blows, it's gonna short squeeze, right? Probably. Does the market turn from a liquid into solid? It sublimates. Or, what is it? Deposition is the opposite of that, right? SPX bear spreads are 22 DTE. What expiration is good for hedging upside moves? 0 DTEs or longer? I find that most of our pumps tend to be fairly short-lived. So I usually only hedge like 3 to 5 days on the upside. If we're due 100 end of day, I mean, not off the table yet. Carl is a shill. Yep. But so are you. Was this a half sour? Ew. That's a garbage pickle. At least I'm a good shill. Carl's just a sign spinner. What's with you two? Star-crossed lovers. Yep. I think Carl's mean to me because he likes me. Well, that's how he gets the ladies. You know? Pulls their hair, runs away, makes fun of them. Red candle. It's not green. That one's green, though. Well, while you guys are fighting, Gred candle. Safe to jump back into puts here? No. They're still trying to push this up. The VIX short was pretty nuts for what they got out of it. It wasn't that crazy. You guys just like don't remember VIX moving, huh? Are they still selling puts? Fuck yeah. That's degen shit right there. Yeah, it is. No problem, board gamer. It's like in 3 months, everyone forgot what VIX does, Dork. All VIX does is get shorted. I mean, yeah. Ha! I didn't forget. I never knew in the first place. VIX's only purpose is to pass the butter. What's the range of the upside if they squeeze short-dated puts out? 4,200, 4,205? When do you take profits? When your puts are in the money, you let them ride. You have 2 to 3 weeks theta left. I'm unsure about it. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll just sell a short-dated put against them while they're up. And then if we bounce, I don't care. Because then the put expires out of the money. And I still have my original put. That's your delta. You know, you can do things with it. You know, when you're sitting right there at resistance and people are buying calls and people are buying puts, sell the people what they want. Are they trying too hard not to win? That's not a thing. It's not polite to play with your delta like that in front of people. That's my delta and I want it now. How many times do I have to explain to you that you cannot sell options? Yes, you can, Popcorn Trader. I thought you learned this. I thought you found the sell button. Did you lose it again? What I like to do with my in the money puts is hold them while we chop and watch the theta eat the profit. Then on a green day, I get mad and see it at a loss. Well, if this bounces, I'm going to get another Netflix put entry, which would be dope. Oop, we broke 73 on ES. Nope, 30 years back below 5%. Is this what you mean about accelerating upside? Because I don't see it. Keep your eyes open. Do you remember $30 ago when I said it's really prudent to have an upside hedge? That's what you mean by big green candles. He's fucking ATP. Is 4175 likely? If we keep getting futures volume here, we can move up very, very hard. Very hard. At what price would you buy more Netflix puts? I mean, ideally the same entry as earlier. Wait, Dork, I don't want them to fail yet. It's okay, they're gonna keep trying, right? Yeah, it is, but gross. Bear trap? Could be. Okay, good, because I bought some at the bottom. Bad SPX. Don't stop. I've done so well today. I'm taking profits, which are more than my initial investment. I've got exposure to the downside on SPY, waiting to re-enter after the up. Thanks for everything, G. You got it, dude. I bought a call, so they'll probably fail. Well, not if they bought calls. How is going up a bear trap? It's the down wick is the bear trap. When did you change focus from GME options to SPX? When I got bored with GME? I mean, I've always traded SPX, but I started doing it more and more on the stream because, well, it was something to do while GME did fuck all for most of the last year. With SPX, you set trailing stop on your puts or stop limit. Usually a stop limit if I'm actively managing it. Trailing stop if I'm going to go do something else. Generally on longer dated positions, there are stop limits. On shorter dated shit, I'll use trailing stop limits. Or if it's like a really volatile contract that's not in the money, I'll just use a trailing market stop. SPX OPEXing every day. Exactly. When we got zero DTEs, the whole world changed. It really did. I remember when you protested putting 4 stocks on the stream at the same time. Yeah. I remember when you guys would lose money on a stock that you owned the underlying in. Can we coin a term the bear snare instead of the bear trap? It can go in the bucket with baratory and other such exquisite trademarked words. Hmm. We are pretty deep in baratory right now. I need you to buy 40,000 futures contracts. No. 4175, 4200 targets for potential de-risking. I think 4180, 4200, but yeah. Well, actually, what's that one? Hold on. Yeah, there's futures resistance at 4170 and 4180. So, yeah, I would say today's highs more the volume, not the wicks, but send another dinger. Enjoy. Oh, cool. Wait, what was the first one? Oh, neat. I thought that's what the first one was. If no market crash, where's the bottom in your opinion? Like if we just bleed out slowly? Yeah, I can still see us going to like a forward PE of like 18 to 16. I don't think that's unreasonable. Barring a recession. If we hit a recession, maybe a PE of like 12, 10. that's that's a big move down. Scaled in my position over the last 2 days. So much better than the last time. Looking at the pump and VIX shorting and ready to make the pumpers pay when I get back in at a discount. Nice. Predict the date and time plus minus 1 hour of SPX test of 4100. No. Because then people are going to buy options predicting the same thing. It's never good. So I've been playing my options like 0 DTs, but I'm buying about a month of theta. I'm not sure if that's approaching it okay or not. I'm just trying to play it safe with theta as my hedge. Yeah, but you're increasing, when you do that, you increase your delta exposure, right? So, you know, and your capital, like upfront capital cost is really high. So you decrease leverage, which makes it harder to average up when you are winning. I'm not sure I really like that. But I don't mind using like 1 or 2 DTE, right? Where you have a little more stability in the contract price. But buying a lot of theta like that's just going to lead to a lot of overholding for no reason. Or worse, just minimize your returns when you're right. Convert what to SPY? Since no cover bid rocket yet, maybe they just de-risk above 4150. It's possible. Yeah. They may just start de-risking 4150. We'll see. We're at a resistance. Either like the cover bid pushes higher and we move up more, or we found a top. What's your guess on Upstart earnings? Probably still pretty good, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they beat. But they may reduce guidance. They tend to be pretty upfront about that, so I'm not gonna like gamble the upside or anything. I don't know what the fucking PE on I mean PE on SPY. What? That's the S&P 500 PE. It's like what 26 right now. 28.41. Who's the CEO of SPY? JPow. They've shorted VIX enough to make Vega buys attractive. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. They're still selling a lot of puts here. But call selling's starting to pick up as well. So Delta's flattening out a bit. Tricky resistance. 1 second. Correlate 1 month and 3 month correlation are starting to turn around, but bonds are recovering a bit from the drop. Dixie got fucking slammed. Let's see if that recovers there as well. I think maybe we see this keep pushing. I know what cover bid is. Prove to me that you do. Participants or action? Nat gas is up 8%. Okay. Nice. The real problem is there's no orange lines to confine the trading range. There's support and resistances right there. Pretty accurate so far. I know what bagel land is. What is it? Stepping the market down to 3,600 without spiking VIX above 25. Same like soft landing. Jesus Christ, don't say that. The 4160 is not a huge resistance. We're up 80 BPS from the low. It's not topping out soon. It can go a little more. Slang term that represents a stock or other security that's approaching $0 in price. I've literally never heard that term. Hey Greg, somebody's got on my account and bought 500 contracts of Siri 1117.5C. What should I say to them? Why are you wasting my money? Yep, it sounds like you have that backwards, Fickle. Do you think that's because the elevated VIX, that the opportunity of entering longer dated puts has passed? No. And really long dated ones, yeah, like out past 90 DTE, they're going to be really expensive. But I mean, 30, 45 days still isn't that much. Hot print for PCE tomorrow matter at all? I think expectations are for another hot print. Probably, but has the market really given a shit about PCE recently? No, the answer is no. I missed the whole day, but I got my Netflix entry. Are you already out of it? Yeah. But I might re-enter to the upside here. Seems like a lot of call selling. Yeah, there is. It's a lot of both. call and put. VIX is getting double teamed. What level confirms a run to 4,200? I mean, I would say breaking 4,150 already opened up the possibility, but if we break 80, there's really like very little resistance to the upside at that point. So like the high for today, or, well, a little below the high for today, but close to the high for today. 4,200 futures, which is like 4,180 SPX, roughly. Like my wife when Kirk visits. Hey, Lugs. I'm still green on Netflix, so if the market keeps going up, waiting for another entry is better, right? Yeah. I want some VIX price discovery. I want to feel the fear. Hashtag free the VIX. Hashtag frag XPX. Sava going, what's its GM? Didn't we talk about this earlier? Hold on. Sava GM is 2261. Worst crash ever. These are gonna happen. This is how crashes work. You go down a bunch, and then you get a bounce, and then you go down a bunch, and you get a bounce. Usually the bounces are way more violent than this. But there's no liquidity, so. Sava going to Gamma Max? It could. I don't see why not. It's very close already, right? Might go above Gamma Max even. Oh, shit. Ooh. Tick rocket up to infinity. Is HE trying to do something? I don't know. Is it? Ooh, it broke 13. That's important. I need it above 1550 though. Absolutely not, Lawrence. Thoughts on BTU earnings? Yeah, they were okay. Given the macro, they really weren't. I don't really think they were that bad. Coal prices haven't been kind to them lately, but demand's low still because China and India's economies suck. How high can this go? For like 40 total? Like a peak 42, 4205? Or we could reject pretty much at any point between here and there. Can you tell when it rejects? I mean, well, the candles will be more red than they currently are. I mean, I know levels where it can reject. This is one of them, but they're still selling a lot of vol, so I don't think it's going to. There's but puts, so it's not going to stop. Yeah, it was too soon to buy puts. We're going to 5.5k end of day. I think RSP was positive on the day at the bottom. Gurk, my hedge is 15 bucks in the money. Nice. It's pretty cool, isn't it? All right. More resistance here, maybe? Oh, Jesus, maybe not. Well, we've got the market maker buying back Delta now, so should drive some futures volume. Futures are at resistance. And then one more resistance, $10 to the upside. Then after that, gap fill. Is this perfectly healthy market action? Yeah, we were pretty oversold. And defending 4136 was of paramount importance, so I think so. Why did RC move OPEX? We didn't. We ran much harder on Tuesday than this. This is just Jimmy being illiquid in the market moving up. Was this down 130 then up 100 so far today? I think so. Let's see. From yesterday's close, we were down 153. And we're currently up 100 from the bottom. You come at me with your facts and logic. Oh, sorry. My stomach does not feel great. I think I'm going to go destroy the office bathroom. All right. Let us know when you get back. I can't short the market. I'm much more selective with my trading and only doing between 1 and 3 trades per day max on SPX. Some days I'm not even trading. Sometimes less is more. Yeah, you only need one good contract a day. If you get 100% one contract a day, you're killing it, right? You don't need. I've never understood why people over leverage so hard. But then I remember that's probably my fault because they see me buy like 50 zero DTs and they're like, that's a great idea. I'm playing a game. Every 5K at my port, I buy a bond. Okay. My calls just pointed at my puts and yelled, I'm the main position now. Looks like somebody finally DRS the SPX float, triggering a squeeze. No, this is just the market maker buying back their short hedge. It'll either we'll either stabilize and stop moving up, right? Or they'll keep covering and we'll keep pushing higher. You also literally said 100% a day is killing it, making it sound like 10 to 20% is terrible. I mean, not terrible. 10 to 20% is still winning, right? 100% a day is killing. Killing it's like you're doing way better than the average, right? Fake Girk wants to know how my trading is going. God damn it. Atomic, can you kill the fake Girk? Or Carl? I appreciate the heartfelt message you sent me on the Discord. That's not me. Also, I don't have any Somali bank accounts. The problem is most people in here are good at math. Lots of money X1 contract is less than lots of money X lots of contracts. Risk is like air friction. No need to calculate for it. All right, man. Have fun with your glutes. They're not in the server. How are we looking, Dork? We're gonna lose this? Nice fat put wall they just built up at 4170. That came out of nowhere. Bears aren't maybe bears aren't fucking around, Dork. Re-enter my Netflix shorts? Yeah. It's just a high interest in the money options position, Iceman. That's really all it is. But its effect is that it can stall or reverse price. But basically, we tested 4170 here, and somebody flopped their big put dick right on the table for everyone to see. Silver Squeeze is trending on Twitter. Are May is next, Gork? I don't know. GME's probably not going to run for like another week or a month, right? To hedge my hedge with a hedge, then hedge that hedge with another hedge. Now you're getting it. Woo, good thing I learned to take profit after hearing you say it 1,000 times. I'm finally getting through to them. Are we gonna tank like fuck into close? I mean, maybe. That was brutal. They were just like, nope. Yeah. Sold right before the frag. Nice, dude. If you're scalping options, are usually looking at 0 DTE. Generally. Sometimes I'll get one. But usually I'll just get 0 DTs in the money. If I'm that worried. Like I'll buy like $5 or $10 in the money. Like that's what I'll usually do on like trend days where we're like just fucking going like this all day. Right? As I'll just buy like an in the money 0 DT. That way I'm not losing theta all fucking day. Days like today where it's, you know, the wide chop, I go out of the money. That was like 3 to 4K at 4170p volume at this 10 minutes around the peak. Yeah, it was a big fat chunk of puts. If we fail 4150 here again, it gets ugly. We start heading back towards that neutral test. All right, little resistance here. We're getting some put selling again. So we need to see a continuation here for more downside. Let's see if we get it. How much theta on the 4170 wall? I think it's just 0 DTE. So bears have T now. Someone doesn't want to get squeezed out. Exactly my thoughts, which is actually, yeah, that's like, I'll say that's something we haven't seen often for a while, right? Is bears actually fight to defend their positions. Usually they just capitulate and let it all run. Ew. What's up, BMG? That's a big old head and shoulders. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Bears have conviction now? Oh shit. We're going to 3,400. I think the difference might be that there's actually bears now. Versus previously where it was just bulls repositioning. $41.50 closing price? Not necessarily. We could close it. We could close below that, like 41.40. Isn't out of the question. Hilarious headline of the day: a hiccup or two in the Big Seven won't change the trajectory of their earnings. No, but it'll change the trajectory of their valuations. The Mag 7 becomes the Mag 5, becomes the Mag 3, becomes the Mag 1. Doesn't matter how big they are, they can't fight back against the rest of the index. GME just ran because the market pumped hard. If the market fails here, GME will drop back below VWAP. Phooey. That's true. I wanted to run as much as the next person, but yeah, it looks gross. I really don't want to hedge it, so I'm just going to close my eyes really hard. I mean, Apple pulled back their projections, right? I can't imagine this quarter is going to be great for them. Highcroft Mining reverse stock split. Is this bullish for AMC? Probably not. My Vega position closed yesterday during CBOE failure. What VIX level should I be looking for re-entry? Previously, I bought sub 14. I mean, if you get sub 20 nowadays, that's pretty awesome. But remember, you're taking on more risk. You're targeting a higher than average range on the VIX, right? Did you see my Netflix question right before? That's why my eyes are shut tight as fuck. Ah, I see. Yeah, I did. I think. You said something about you were going to double down on Netflix and ignore anything I said. Well, it looks like my 30s for 2025 are still super safe at this point. I'll buy them back for big gains and sell 25s for out again. Oh, what, on BTU? I can't wait for Ueda to slam his Godzilla dong on the market. Racist. Check DM. I'm on it. Burr. Ew. Stability. Big oof. We need a little more oof. Like $5 more of oof. Well, that 41.50 risk back in the money. Why is Kenny painting a head and shoulders across my call spread hedge? Maybe RC can buy a polycarbonate mine so they can make CDs for cheap. God, does anybody who still manufactures DVDs? Like, is that a media that there's a factory out there still making it? No, I saw those on the garbage GME. Yeah. Win shirt off? Not today. Try again tomorrow, Grim 2. Start producing VHS tapes. Huge untapped market. Still CC's way out on GME. I get a few grand to play with every few months. Then I buy them back for half of what I sold them for. No, okay. DVD makers keeping South American street markets afloat. Nostalgia sells. Not well. They basically just do collateralized loans. Yeah. Living the infinity pool dream. I do something similar, except I sell my calls and the money and wait for Kenny to short it. Ooh, Jake Fresh has things to say. Bulls suck. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Is the picture on the stream card from last weekend? I don't even know what the stream card today is. Hold on. Oh, maybe. Wikipedia has a list of DVD manufacturers, and Google and Magnavox are on that list? Why the fuck is Google manufacturing DVDs? Does anybody who owns their stock know this? Yeah, so far my day's going pretty well. I had a nice hedge for that fucking ridiculous upside pump. I got out right at the top. My body's ready for more downside, though. Also, the Bulls failed to get 4,200 back. They even failed to get 42 or 40, 41, 41.75. So, Bulls suck. They're garbage. They have soft dicks. But Gork, Gaps are stupid. I'm back. I blew a hole in the back of a commercial toilet. I feel much better now. Congratulations. I'm glad you got that out of your system. Later, Victor. 4,200 tomorrow on 0 DTE Mag 7 day? Maybe. Yeah. We'll see how low we drop today and how the positioning is going into tomorrow. It's probably late enough that I can check tomorrow's expiry and see how that's looking. Yeah, it's like 3:30 almost. I've been Maeve, I've been balls deep in puts this entire year, and very much so since August. I've made far more than enough money to take my shirt off, but I'm not going to because fuck Grim 2. Oh yeah, yeah. Tomorrow's expiration does not look bullish. That's not bullish at all. Dork. Where did Moon go? There's a lunar eclipse tonight. Is that the most bearish thing ever? Good night, Moon. Can you put another shirt on then for me? I will refrain from asking one additional dumb question a day. Win-win? No, I don't want to get sweaty. Wait, did Moonwind come back when I left? He's sneaking around in our periphery. He's slowly getting drawn in. He misses being the center of attention. I'm disappointed in you. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? It's okay. I'm used to disappointing people. Where's Sanjeet? I'm not sure if Sanjeet was ever a real person. I know that's blasphemous, but there's a distinct possibility that Sanjeet was just like Kendra or BMG or one of them. Lawrence. How could Pickler say this? You didn't remind me to like the stream all day. Yes, I did. I said it earlier. I was like, you guys could like the stream. That would be cool. Thank you. I don't know anything about Korean ants. We need a measurement like the bolometer, but it's a cartoon drawing of you, and the shirt comes off more and more. Unrelated to direction, just how much money you're making. See, these feel like things that I have to manipulate throughout the day, and I want to do as little as possible. Does YouTube tell you someone's original account name? No, I'm just able to figure it out. Like, Bipolar Bear changes his name every other week, and I always know it's him. Sometimes it takes me a couple days. You barely show up on time some days. I was here for the good stuff. It's a funny coincidence that Sanjeet disappeared the day I bought Dillionaire. I wish I could take it back if it meant he would come back. I don't know if it does. Are you just Sanjeet? I have a historical data set that can track name changes accurately if you ever need it. Thanks, username McUsername face. I knew Hazy was John Ralphio. Because only Hazy would come in here and be like, hey, Gherk, is 4205 safe? Where's the meatball? It was just that one day. Is Roaring Kitty DFV? I don't know. It's probably just you. I hope so, Dave. Are you someone else? Did he say downs for tomorrow? I said the options chain looks like shit for tomorrow. I'm Stefan. No, you're not. Hey, I was not Sanjeet. That's way too complicated, making and logging into a brand new account and all of that. I respect a good troll, but not if it's more effort than just existing. Fair enough. Is Nut Saculon dead? I just saw him on the Discord the other night. If he's not dead, he's still bag holding GME? Or at least that's the channel he was in. I don't know, Surface Smurf. Fuck, I don't know. Did I just trigger your imposter syndrome after years as a professional? There are at least 4 roaring kitties, none of who are DFV's original account, but 3 of them have never commented as another name either. Interesting. So someone's sitting around with 3 DFV accounts solely for the purpose of commenting on this stream. Mag 7 stocks in particular that look tremendously bearish tomorrow. Not asking because I have $300 with some zero DT appetite. Oh, they all look pretty bearish for tomorrow. Should I try to play NVIDIA's breakdown of, you know what? I'll just stick with shitty old Netflix. How am I not getting a fill on this? There we go. I've been having fun over here with Ascot Mommy the last few weeks. What's up, Frag? Breeding season is coming to an end here in Europe. Can you book me tea time with JPOW for next week? Just reach out to my secretary. We'll get that set up for you. Are we just seeing de-risking now? No, we're just watching bulls get slaughtered. What? No. Freg's alive. Do you ever tell stories about us, or will you never admit this chat's existence to a single soul in real life? You nailed it. I already told you I don't know, Surface Smurf. It's not like we have a like a historical measurement book. Where did that DJ get money for Ko-Fi? If I buy Pontiff, will you stream without a shirt if I ask? You fucking sure. Yeah. You buy Pontiff and I'll stream in a Yarnus. Mankini? Maybe in the second month. We'll see how long you keep your membership for. If I buy Pontiff, will you mukbang a chopped cheese with no lettuce? If I buy Dillionaire, will you give me the shirt off your back? I really need to raise the price of Dillionaire, don't I? It's becoming too attractive. Check DM. Bear? Ah, that's bearish. Thanks, tenderized loins. Mukbang a cheeseburger pie. Oh god. Dr. K. Whatever happened to him? Wonder if he's still poisoning his family with that shit food. Better grandfather us dills in though. No. I only break even most months. Maeve, you can do better than $25 a month. I'm not giving you any money, shill. I don't want your fucking money, turd. Dixie kind of being interesting. Yeah, it is. It's almost like, Dork, it's almost like somebody's trying to push the carry trade to drive yields down in order to soften vol demand. I wonder who would do that. Maybe somebody that's just like has, but who would not properly hedge their tail risk, right? Nobody's that crazy. You should be medicated. I know. Okay, fine. My wife's money. Does she make more than you? In which case, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, it's so beautifully bearish. I love it, Dork. Should I just use my straddle to straddle again? That seems like the right answer. Who didn't hedge tail risk? Banks? Whoever's short vol right now. I'm less anxious with cash on the side. I like it. You tie too much importance to money. It's going to affect your trading psychology. Bipolar. A lot more. Don't most of y'all hedge all of your delta off before the end of the day? Or is there an amount of directional delta you try to keep? Oh man, I never hedge most of my delta off. I'm not a fucking market maker. Why would I want to be delta neutral? Never answered when I should buy Lockheed calls for Middle East tomfoolery that is occurring. I'm guessing that's like now, but is it though? It's kind of a lot priced in there already. I only had $1 of settled cash left, so I bought 340 put for Monday. Totally gonna print on QQQ. Nice. Hold on. I want to pick up a straddle into close. Strangle? I guess I can wait for this to fall even more. This just looks like shit. $35 put interest is picking up. A little bit at 30. People still buying puts like crazy. This is nice. What is Delta? Wait, do you not know? You're fucking with me? It's a measure of how much options price changes with every dollar move in the underlying asset. There's a lot riding on amazing earnings. It shows the health of the consumer. Should have done it 3 weeks ago, but I didn't. So here we are. Miss America. The RTX kind of lagged the other ones. There was a little bit of an opportunity there. 1031 enough theta to strangle? It's okay. Yeah, probably. Just for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. Dork. Living the dream. What should I eat for dinner tonight? Probably food. I've been doing about 15 to 30% up a day, but then every few weeks I go down like 40%. Okay, stop doing that one. The second part. Don't do that anymore. Dreadnought 19. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Hey, look at you. Oh, nice. Are you gonna trim that end of day, or are you gonna just buy a call and hedge it? "30-minute TE puts 10x pront." Yes, nice. Adopted by the Dans. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Look at that turd. You got a fucking coupon. Give Adopted a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man. Amazon is the final frontier. Amazon's tonight. They're not expected to do well. I swear if your Netflix $397.50 is going the money today, I'm gonna laugh. I only have one. I'm back, baby. Welcome back, Grant. You can't make me laugh like that because I'm sick and it hurts. Well, my MMs are selling the flat tape. Does that include future selling? Yep. Theta doesn't stop decaying. I have a 1027 put for NVIDIA. Would you sell right now and buy again tomorrow, or wait till tomorrow to sell? You could hedge overnight. That's an option. If you expect a bigger move down tomorrow. NVIDIA is very close to that big break point at 400, so it might be worth hanging on to your put and just trying to hedge it off overnight. Because, I mean, you gotta buy like a 1 DTE right now, or you could do like a 1 DTE, like debit call spread. I don't know if you're in the money or what your situation is, though, so you'll have to figure out what's best for your position. After being down 30k, 38k, I'm now down 37. Bow to your new stock god. Thank you so much, Epic's Bards Viding. Bars Vizding. Ugh. Congratulations. You've almost made it all back. Baby steps. The lighting was off on the stream card today. You look much younger. Thanks. 450 tomorrow is not a dream. It could happen. It's gonna be kind of crazy if we close under 136 today. Over 150,000 400p volume on NVIDIA today. This is their biggest short put position on the chain. Yep, it's nasty. But I also think a lot of them are sold. Oh, you said short. Okay. Seems like JPM color is gonna pull SPX down if the price falls below 4,100. I mean, the JPM color is already pulling the price down. Even where we're at now, the Vega on it has a pretty significant effect. The Delta Gamma not so much yet, but that'll pick up as we get closer to the money. But even the Delta, because they still have so much time to expiry. I mean, I think those contracts are what? No, they're December. December 29 puts. They're yeah, they're 0.35 delta. 6.4 Vega. So yeah, they already have an effect. Here comes push for 41.50 close. Nah, we're kind of buried here. A lot can change in a week. This can turn bullish next week very fast. The macro or just the price of the SPX? SPX can bounce, yeah. Although they've tried that a few times today, it didn't work out so well for them. You know what else this could do next week? Keep fucking going down. There's nothing that's going to happen that's going to change the current path of the macro environment. It can literally only get worse. Cardboard Kensai, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream, dude. How's data looking for tomorrow? Bearish. Well, there's a lot of puts. What do you consider a decent return on risk? Compare call spreads 7 to 14 DT. Depends on how comfortable you are with hedging. Generally speaking, like 25% on risk if you're going out of if you're trying to do it just out of the money, low management. The better return you get, the more management you're gonna have. So like 25 to 30 is really solid for like 7 to 14. But if you want to actively manage it a little more, you could probably squeeze a little bit more out of that. Maybe like 40%. So what's the deal with KVU? You thought I was gonna rocket after J&J went down due to bankruptcy. No, I thought it was gonna go up after they closed out of their arbitrage play. But it didn't. The shorts just stayed in. J&J dropped. All the call positions on J&J left. But that was the play. The play was short J&J, long KVU. And the J&J puts went up like 5x. So the KVU calls were irrelevant at that point. You can go back and look at the DD. It's still there. I think if J&J does go bankrupt, that might be bullish for KVU. Janet Yellen reiterated a soft landing today. I mean, she can say whatever the fuck she wants. She's the one causing all this shit, selling treasuries and blowing money. J&J isn't going bankrupt. They're talking about it. No, not really. Thanks for the offer, though, Surfa. Talking isn't filing paperwork. No. I think it's more like this is an option we're going to have to explore if the lawsuits become too much of a burden, right? Kind of a warning to shareholders. But there's no signs of them actively pursuing it yet. Would you rather have Yellen as a grandma or JPOW as a father-in-law? You married your neighbor's CEO friend? JPOW is a father-in-law. You're now doing strangles, not straddles, due to the higher VIX. Yep. QQQ $5 out of the money. Call and put be solid. Too far out of the money. VIX is high. It's not that high. If JPO is your father-in-law, you could offer to proofread his speeches the night before he gives them. Just edit his iPad. How far out of the money are you going on those SPX strangles? Like $5, $10 on either side. Any November SPX strengths tickling your fancy? By the way, where is your fancy? That's my business. Um, I've thought about getting some 450s. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get some tonight. I got a couple minutes. 40, 50. Hmm. Okay. Any economic data for tomorrow? Oh yeah, we got a bunch of shit. We got core PCE first thing in the morning. We got consumer sentiment. We got a bar speech at 9. EU council meeting at some point during the day. We got a Japanese 3-month bill auction tonight. Yeah, so we got some stuff tomorrow. Ding ding. Day is done. And it looks like we closed just above that 41.36 mark. That would put the weekly puts or well weekly SPXW contracts negative charm. As a matter of fact, with this big spike in VIX at the end of the day, maybe we got both. Everything looks pretty bearish still tomorrow. Tomorrow's expiry, just shitload of put delta all the way down to 40.50. As a matter of fact, quite a lot at 4100, 4125, 4130. Huge amount of puts coming at 4400. So this looks, yeah, this still looks pretty fucking bearish. What is it, Surfa? Side eye? Like that? You want it from this side? You can have whatever you want. Don't forget we'll be asking Michigan people about stuff. Yeah. Let's take a look at our macro shit. GME looks like garbage. Getting shorted again. Probably just wait till XRT comes off reg show before it runs. And then even when that happens, it may just run really fast. I guess be prepared for that. Looks like we kind of fell into the median range on SPX today with the losing about 118 basis points total, or like 51 from where I marked it last night when futures were trading a bit lower, but still trending towards the bearish side. On futures, we're looking for a breakdown of this long-term support at 41.41, and then really nothing till really no support resistance from there down to 41.13. So quite a lot of room to the downside. Even the 41.41 resistance is old. That's like old as shit. So there may just not be that much support there. We found a little bit at 41.50 today, but I think that's largely because of that charm kind of flip point there. Yields moved down a little bit today, a decent amount. The 30 years back under 5%, the 10 years back under 4.9. Yet Dixie's still up. So you know, it kind of feels like they're pushing the carry trade and shorting yen harder in order to force Japan to go long U.S. Treasuries. Speculative, but it very much looks like that's the exact mechanical action that's happening. And we're seeing some effect from that. That's lowering the volatility demand, but not enough. Amazon up 5%. Amazon smashed. Oh, smashed earnings. Okay, cool. So maybe it'll bounce. I don't know if Amazon alone will be enough to bounce the market out from this hole, but it might help. Bond volatility up again today. Correlation up. Index down. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on everything, and I'll update you guys with the options data tonight in my write-up. But things still look pretty bearish despite Amazon quote unquote smashing. Let's see, they're up 5% in after hours. Yeah, that's not super impressive, given that they're currently down. Well, they're here now. They're still down 13% from their high. But that might give a little lift to like QQQ and into tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, QQQ moved up about $1 there. thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah, we'll see what the guidance looks like. Remember, Meta rocketed last night too, and then shit the bed today. So guidance is going to be really important for all of these earnings, right? Because everyone's looking to quarter four as, you know, being the savior of our economy and projecting all this growth into quarter four that really seems unsustainable. So just the initial reaction of the market makers to the earnings print is not necessarily going to carry over into the following day, right? Microsoft smashed earnings. They're already lower than they were, right? So thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's mayonnaise is a problem.